Good morning, everybody. So SPX is going to open around 115-ish. Where's that put us on the call side of the ramp? All right. So bullish interest picks up around 51.20. There is a very large put wall there, also at 125 and at 130. Net positive gamma doesn't return until 5135. 5140 is extremely negative, and then 5145 after that on through 55. So ding ding. Yeah, ding ding and all the things. Good morning. Hold me closer, Tiny Pickle. No, that's Tony Danza. He's the boss. Good morning, Jojen. We need a bear song. No, no, we don't. False. Don't you fucking dare play the bear song. Exactly. Not the bull open we wanted. Who wanted a bull open? Bulls do not look like they're in a particularly good position here. Ooh, look, Apple's down another fucking 2%. That's fine, right? We can just drop a few hundred billion in market cap from Apple every day as long as Nvidia can gain it back. Oh, wait. Nvidia's fallen back below Gamma Max. That's really awkward. Hmm. Gold's up. Yeah, I know Apple sales are down in China. Like a lot, too. But we knew that at earnings. They're largely just reporting the same shit. Good morning, Gherk. Great work lately. Thanks for all the great analysis. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. No problem. Still feeling bullish towards the latter half of the week. I mean, I think things will stabilize simply because we have the Fed meet, like the Fed testimony and stuff, and we have a few important data points, I guess. We're getting, yeah, we're gonna have the labor data, which is gonna have a big effect. I mean, it's not gonna be bullish into the end of the week if the labor data is bad, or if the Fed shifts their narrative. I wrote I wrote up pretty pretty long couple paragraphs on what could happen uh, should the Fed change their narrative. Neo looking kind of poopy. China's looking kind of poopy. What's up, Jitsi Poo? Gork, my puts, they have a little icon next to them. I don't know what it means. Icon says in the money. Oh boy. Whatever will you do? I think I think the best thing to do is probably just the old pickle jar favorite. Hold until worthless. Sell at a loss, complain. So you think we're for sure getting rate cuts? No, I think the Fed is going to remove rate cuts. I think the Fed is going to backtrack their narrative from November and their dot plot from December. Good. I was planning on holding till 0. Nice. Just like it says in the manual. If you sell, the hedge funds win. No. I like to take profits, then double down in the dumbest way, losing twice as much. Ooh, that's pretty fan. That's You don't want to make the beginner options traders jealous, do you, Deepak? When bounced to 5140, probably after good ISM data. I think it's pretty funny. The market will have gone from thinking 6 rate cuts this year to possibly not getting any. I feel like I said that when they first said 3 rate cuts this year. I was like, they're not going to do any rate cuts. This is a lie. And it's turning out to be a lie. We haven't talked about credit spreads in a while. I know. It's because they're not very tight. No, no, you can't do what Cobra does with Pigeon Whale. How much theta on puts playing the potential cut narrative? March SLD, 60 DTE. Um, I would say it would have to go through at least like the next FOMC, right? Because that's when anything like that would be confirmed. I don't think JPA is going to be like, we're only going to do 2 rate cuts this year. We're only going to do 1 rate cut this year. During the congressional testimony, he might say something like, we still view rate cuts as data dependent, or, um, we're not concerned with rate cuts at the moment. We're concerned with getting inflation back to our 2% target. Sentences like that would indicate forward change in the trajectory of the Fed's current monetary policy, and pull back a lot of the dovish assumptions that the market has not only priced in but made all on its own. You definitely called no rate cuts. I laughed then. I laugh now. I sold my weekly Carvana debit put spreads for 36% gain this morning. Thanks to the play. Nice. I mean, you could have held those for like a much longer time, but I'm glad you made money playing the put side. That's awesome. What price level, if any, would make you look at a long Apple position? Ooh, I know the answer to that. It's hold on. I do have a buy-in target. I gotta zoom out a bunch. I would be comfortable around $100. No, no, $100. I think Apple's a value trap. Of course, I wouldn't add to that position until it hit like 82. What should SPX be at if zero cuts were accurately priced in? Where we were the last time zero cuts were being priced in? So 25% lower than we're at now. I believe that price was 4,100. I thought that was still a little excessive, but you know. You seem like you're in a really good mood today. No, I've gotten a lot of sleep. I've also been up for a while, so I'm not doing my usual ritual of waking up for the first 2 hours of the stream. So $100 for all the Mag 7 entries. No, not true. I wouldn't buy Tesla ever. I'd buy Nvidia at like 150, maybe 180. Netflix I would buy at around like 400. Meta I would buy pretty high too. I mean, if everything tanks, they would too, but I would probably buy Meta around 311. I don't see anything wrong with that price. Gonna be hard to hold those multiples. So if everything starts tanking, I wouldn't, but cat entry price, good luck. Netflix dying? It's doing a little dumpy off of, we talked about rejecting off of that resistance yesterday. And so it has begun. One could consider a short position here, although it's still quite risky. I will give you the levels if you give me a second. I think delta neutral and gamma neutral are still really far out of the money. Yeah, GN's at 577. So you could try to short it on a test of GN, but it's not very good confirmation. I will say that call side interest has been declining pretty rapidly over the last couple days. A lot of profit taking. I'm not looking for crypto. Fuck off, WeBull. Why is Tesla going down? Because it's an overpriced piece of shit. Nope, they're a car company. Believe it or not. Wait, if they start valuing it like a car company, then that would mean that's right. I've started DCAing beyond 1,000 shares. Ew. Dear God, man, why are you buying shares of that pile of shit? I'm moderately serious. I don't think they're a good company at all. I would not want share exposure. They're not insolvent, but I feel like they're way too close for comfort. Google accused by engineer of doing nefarious things yesterday. If the nefarious thing was Black George Washington, I don't really think that was that bad. That's just what happens when you try to PC filter something that's stupider than a toddler. How do I try and predict ISM data as bullish and buy a call now? ISM. You should capitalize that. Because I'm greedy. You could. You could straddle the data like a Chad. SoFi rugged. Told you guys it was a piece of shit. George Washington founded zero DTE SPX puts. He did. He did. Yeah. While crossing the Concord with CBOE, his lieutenant general. I think zero DTE SPX options might be the bedrock on which American capitalism is built. Shut the fuck up, D-Engineer. What if I'm strangled 4125, 4075? Um, it, mm, those numbers are wrong, I assume. I've literally been kicked out of Harper's Ferry. Who do you think would be a better trader, you or a Ferengi from Star Trek? I don't know. With these rate decisions, could we see IWM XRT plummet hard after JPOW? Yeah. Does EU PPI signal deflation? Well, let's see. No, not really. It's, well, deeper deflation. It just shows that they're sliding further into a recession. I guess it's slightly better than last month, but the improvement is not great. Logistics Manager Index is up. So is Redbook. S&P Composite 52.5. Services 52.3. Ooh, no contraction, guys. Red hot. If you Umox on stream, you'll break 1,000 likes for the. I've had more than 1,000 likes before. You forget I used to be popular before everyone found out I was an asshole. With Costco's earnings call this week, anything special to expect with the announcement of longtime CFO stepping down? Might be a little bearish, although I don't think anything's gonna kill Costco until the consumer dies. Not hard. I do think the consumer will die, but that'd be more obvious. Straddle IWM and QQQ yesterday night. QQQ is the better straddle. Today it is. It's usually not true. I'll be honest. Over pretty much any given period of time, the Russell has a lot more realized volatility than NQ does, or well, Nasdaq 100. More puts or switch to calls? I'd wait for ISM. ISM data will give us more information. no one really gives a shit about S&P services. It doesn't have like a pricing metric. ISM has like services prices, which everyone cares a lot about, right? Because it's indicative of inflation expectations. Right now, things are pretty bearish. There should be quite a lot of support at 5,100, and then below that, not much. Yeah. Even down here, call side support's pretty broken down. Yeah, some of the out of the money call interest is already starting to fall off. We got a pretty decent amount of puts at 5120, 5115, 5110. A lot of puts at 5100. VIX is above 14. Lulls at the Carvana spreads. What about them as lulls? They're awesome. They're already up like 50%. I should have sold more. BNet is up 8% and was up yesterday as well. Are people actually getting in before earnings? And does that mean earnings may look better than expected on March 7th? No, people anticipating earnings has zero effect on the actual figures themselves. For audio only listeners, can you make bearish or bullish noises after the ISM data so we know? What's a bear noise? Bears just do that like heavy breathing thing. It sounds like they're chucking oxygen out of their nose. Rar. Grunts or deep moans. Okay. Bear noise sounds like a kink thing. Be careful. It's okay. I've been used before. Bear noise would be like gargling a pineapple. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. No, I'm not gonna do that. Just look at the fucking numbers. Been away for a while. Did we ever find out what Gherk's real name is? Yeah, Gherk. You got it. First try too. Impressive. The sounds the bear made when was eating Leonardo DiCaprio? What did the bear say when he was eating Leonardo DiCaprio? It's about time you had a mature woman. I mean, I'm a cuckety cuck. This time it's really happening. Hmm. I got a crypto out after gargling a pineapple. Was it for a shitcoin? He get used a lot, to be fair. He's a Dan in disguise. Oh, that makes sense. We've got 6 minutes. Will ISM pricing be higher? Who knows? Is SRF a sell now? I sold some of it at like $24 just because it seemed logical to take some profits when I was up over 100%. I'm gonna probably buy more soon. I'm thinking around the $18 range somewhere without giving you a specific price target. But I'll probably just start DCAing back some of what I sold there and then see if it drops more. I think recent news, there was a bill passed for funding some more reactors in the US, so that could be interesting. It's so weird to think that your main might not be Gherk. If someone walked onto your video and said, "Hi, Mike," we'd all freak out. Thank God my name's not Mike. If someone walks on my video and says, "Hi, Mike," they also don't know my name. Also, call the cops, because somebody who doesn't know me is in my house. Will bulls pump ISM data either way? Like they usually do on bad data. Possible, yeah. But you don't have to worry about that, right? Because there's a fixed strike to the upside that would indicate bullish behavior. What's the deal with the law firm looking into Beyond on behalf of the shareholders? Oh, who gives a shit? Some class action suit paid for by some short hedge fund. That kind of shit's pretty common. Short the stock, sue the company. Call the cops and tell them what? Pickle YouTuber we cannot identify needs help. The NYPD, just use the code word centaur and they'll know where to go. Why did YouTube change the theater mode to no longer have chat under the video? Probably because it detracted from the theater-like experience. You know, you can pop the chat out and put it anywhere you want, Atomic. NYPD isn't going to help you at all. That's true. Do you moonlight as a police horse? No, never. I don't have issues. As a centaur, do cops ever ride you in their parades in place of a normal horse? No, and I'm not a centaur. Any thoughts on BTI? They're the same. The same just being you? I mean, it's just a compounder. It doesn't do anything. It's a giant value trap that like has a decent dividend yield. So, I mean, if your only goal is to obtain dividends, sure. But there's so many better companies that offer both dividends and growth potential. Any expectations on crowd earnings? They'll probably make a bunch of money. It seems to be what they're good at. If you're not a centaur, why would the police know what the code word centaur means? Don't ask me stupid questions. With the St. Patty's Day parade coming up, you must collect some hefty parade fees. No. No. Also, what the fuck does St. Patrick have to do with centaurs? I said buy Doge yesterday. Did anybody listen to me? No shill? Well, it's up 30%, so get fucked. St. Patrick drove all the centaurs out of Ireland. No, that's not what happened. Did you see Japanese CPI was spicy overnight? I didn't, but it's 10 o'clock, and that's all that matters. Okay, enough talking. ISM services, 57.2? Jesus Christ. Services employment, 48. All right. Services new orders, 56.1. Services prices, 58.6. Well, that's not as bad as it was. That seems bullish. I'm going to buy a call. Vertical. Wait, how many day trades? Oh, I have no day trades. Oh, fuck me. Is that all the bulls are waiting for? It's all they're ever waiting for. Do you think this low-level processing is the reason I'm absolutely terrible at trading? Huh. Maybe. You're well rested for once in chat. Took it as a challenge. I see that, yeah. I don't know what the fuck Japan's CPI was. When was there CPI data from Japan? There was no CPI data. Yuta had a speech last night. There was some Japanese, there was some PMI data, which was okay. It wasn't great. Europe had PPI data this morning, which was also, well, that was just bad. Okay, next thing up, we got a speech by Barr at 12. Getting a whole shitload of Delta coming in on the chain. Doing big bullish. Things get a lot more bullish. About 51.15. Let's see how much put side capitulation we have. Capitulate. Not a lot yet, which I don't like. Yeah, it's still a big put wall at 51.20. So that could be slightly problematic. Although, I guess calls are coming in, so we'll see what happens. IWM actually rocketed. Let's see, barely up today. I'll buy some of those too. Alright, hold on. Is today the 6th? That's weird. No, tomorrow's the 6th. Gross. QQQ. 40? Okay. That looks pretty good. Okay. Since open, Beyond has been highly volatile. Any expected covering? I mean, there is always covering expected, right? Because it's on the 15th day of reg show now. So a little bit of covering, but not necessarily a lot. And once they're done with that, I would expect that they would try to short it. Although the big move up in IWM might be applying a little bit of pressure. Jay Joust, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Or welcome to
Happy
Dillionaire.
birthday,
I don't, one of the two.
Yeah.
See you in there.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you need to make Gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the D&D, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm
What? Never mind. Nothing. Feel the beat. Exactly. Not seeing much of a chance of below 5100 today, then. Doesn't seem very likely at this point. It might take a little while to squeeze out the short positioning to the upside, but I would say things look pretty bullish. Lots of support at 5100 anyway. I would say it was pretty unlikely for us to break that either way. We get a little bit of call capitulation here on the gap test. And then we should probably see more call interest come in. Yeah. They're still building call interest. They're building call interest on this drop, even. It might not be quick, but they're definitely going to push it. Yeah, I know the music was loud. That's why I turned it down. Tokyo CPI. Oh, no one cares about that. It's like Germany's regional CPI reports. It doesn't matter that much. I mean, maybe if you're like trading the yen or something, but otherwise, no. Was Beyond a good snag at 850? You mean 825? Maybe. Ooh. What's gonna happen to all these calls that pop? Interesting. Oh, the ISM data was good. Okay, lots of the calls sold off on that test, too. Is the market gonna crash in spite for me buying a call? Maybe. Oh, shit. That can't be real. Oh, okay, there we go. That was weird, man. All the calls that got bought just immediately sold off. But we got a little bit of call buying here at 5100. So 5100 P's, I mean, bigger than the 51. Well, it depends what time frame you look at. On zero DTE, there's more puts, but across all expirations, there's a shitload of calls at 5100. I think there's like seven, or I'm sorry, 216,000 calls and like 140,000 puts. Do I need to DM you on the Discord to get added to the country club? Sure. Yeah, you could do that. You don't need to. You could just link your YouTube and Discord accounts, but you could DM me if you really want to. Just don't friend request me. It's gross. Did you see a floor on Spy? I don't know. Kind of wondering if bulls are going to be able to view this. That's not true, Lawrence. Do I need to, how's liquidity on Beyond? Do they still have plenty to short with? Yeah, yeah, there's a decent amount of short liquidity available. As long as IWM stops running. Still very sensitive to those index moves. Greg will always friend request you. He does it every few weeks. That's not me. Weird stuff happening recently. What does Tinfoil Gherk think happened there? What, on that? I have no idea. That was really strange. They bought like fucking 350,000 in Delta and then just sold all of it immediately. Which is really odd. Delta's kind of flattening out here, but it doesn't look great. Let's see. Where's futures support? Oof. Broke the bear signal. That looks ugly, right? Yeah, it looks like the futures test got rejected really fucking hard. But I guess we'll see if it finds support at 108. It might take a minute. I will say that most of the puts that were bought this morning are now in the money though. So The chances of capitulation and an upside move are better. And like the put ramp to the downside of 5100. Holy shit. That's a lot of puts. Yeah, it's a pretty arcade at 5080 actually. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna find support here. Bear's doing aggressive shit. What the fuck is going on? Intern pressed the wrong button. The buy all the puts button. All right, let's see if they start selling into the puts. The market maker is still a buyer on the weakness, right? Gallant says Israel nearing military option against Hezbollah. Interesting. How the fuck did I get stopped out of that? Hmm. Weird. This is slipping a little bit. Guess we're going to 80. You gotta be shitting me. Okay. There's a lot of put buying now. Like quite a lot of it. Gold rocketed up. I'm a bit of a put buyer myself. I mean, so from that test, negative delta's gone up by 600,000. So you guys are dropping SVX too fast. That was weird. I mean, ISM prices eased too. They're still going up, but not nearly as bad as last month. I wonder if they're worried about like the activity index moving up so hard, but or employment. Hmm. Employment's down quite a bit. It just doesn't seem like it should be all that bad. Fuck, there's a lot of puts. Any calls protecting the downside? Maybe 85, 75. But I think losing 5100 is pretty bad. This is why you wait for the confirmation at 5125. Yeah, futures is just fucking dumping. It's got hung up at 5100 right now, but if it loses that, it may not even find support at 5090. VIX is climbing pretty quick. But interest is still going up. Investors running to bonds, no more equities. Some are. Although they're gonna get fucking burned if Powell doesn't cut rates. Today is Tuesday. We're red and it's Tuesday. Don't you start with me. Have you entered a beyond position yet? No. Also, I'm pretty sure if IWM falls, beyond will too. You ready to close flat? I don't know, man. There's a lot of puts. And they're still increasing. $50.62 is like the next big downside support. I guess 50.80, 50.62, 62.58, right around there. One second. I declare bankruptcy. Um, that's not how that works. Hates Peach. Let's break 49.50, 50.50. 50.50 is not impossible. Are we just declaring bankruptcy now for the lulz? I don't think he understands how the declaration of bankruptcy works. Is this the dip needed to rep higher as discussed on the Sunday stream? Yeah, I mean, in order for VN and GM to move up substantially, there needed to be a pullback. This could very well be that pullback. It is in fact a dip. Dear God. How low is SPX going? I mean, right now puts are pretty stacked, kind of all the way down to 75, 80, 80, 75, and then we're starting to get puts under that. And yeah, puts are still increasing quite rapidly. Zero DTE puts can really do things. We don't usually see them bought in such large numbers, but the effect can be quite devastating. Huh. Devastate me? Was Bina the last bastion of stability in this market? Gross. I'm just gonna have it dip just enough that the dumbass bulls consider it a generational buying opportunity and not a market crash that they should buy puts for. Then they crash it, right? Could this be a fabled 200 BPS down day? Those don't exist anymore. The puts from bears are sold puts being bought back. It just looks like a lot of zero DTE put buying, which is pretty bearish. I don't think we're seeing any like significant signs of de-risking, although maybe this initial like spike in the morning could have been some. Do you think Tesla could test the downside trend without moving up first? Um, hmm. It's, yeah, I guess it could. 75 should have some support though. Not bad data. Market down. It's I fucking hate this shit. I definitely didn't. When's earnings? Thursday night. Do you think this is get this back over 5100 after it drops, or can momentum take us down hard? Well, we have a pretty good amount of momentum. There's a little bit of support here at 85, but zero DT puts keep coming in. So as long as people keep buying those, we should continue down. Is my SPX 5115C dead? Um, really? Uh, uh, Probably for the time being. I didn't full port into BNED. I have some. VIX futures getting turned. Yeah, up. Why is Mara getting smashed while BTC is ripping? Because it's a minor. It's a minor going into a halving. All of the miners are going to get destroyed. They will never again output their current level of BTC. Hmm. No, probably not. Thanks. I'm out of day trades. D-engineer. I'm out of day trades. 5115 was profit from yesterday as a gamble. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, there was a very, very brief exit opportunity there. That was like one candle. Minor, not minor. It astounds me that people don't understand that if miners get paid half, their income goes down. It's very hard to be bullish on Bitcoin and do math at the same time. Haha, Evans. Was 580 a strong enough support that would warrant a tighter stop? Probably, yeah. Hey, that offsets my losses. Nice. Well done, little put. Well done. Alright, let's see what's happening here. Put buying still creeping up. Nope. All right. Mm, is that profit taking? Why the fuck isn't that working? There we go. No. Some deep in the money puts taking profits. It's like 51.25, but nothing near the money. Looks like yields found a floor here. Dollar's finding a little stability around 103.66. MQ's down almost 200 BPS. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Do Palantir Greeks? Granted, I don't understand them, but it would be cool to know them. Yeah, I do. It's, DN is at 20, GN is at 1896, Gamma Max is at 2783. Looks like if it loses 2345, it's going to get a little bit more bearish. But still, yeah, options positioning on it's kind of collapsing too, which is usually not bullish. Yeah, I don't think this bounce has a lot of oomph. I think we're finding like a little bit of support on those longer, on that like longer dated call wall. But puts are still coming in. So at least for now it doesn't look super bullish. I'm not even sure turning this around would be bullish. Yeah, we'll see. Obviously chop isn't ideal. So hopefully puts keep coming in and we get another leg down. I would say from a momentum perspective, we could definitely go down further. There's still, yeah, there's still a lot of room to drop. We also have support at on futures here as well. This is like the bear confirm 5092. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna get a lot of neutral positioning into the end of today, so wherever we drop to, I have a feeling that they'll try to pump it towards the end of the day, right? Because we have the testimony tomorrow and the next day. Arrow Electronics. Yeah, I could take a look at it. Give me a second. Okay. Looks like a nice little bit of accumulation there. Electronic distributor. Margins are kind of bottoming. Alright, let me look at something. They just filed a mixed security shelf offer. I'd be careful of the shelf offer. Looks like they just filed it 3 days ago. I don't. I, I don't have any of the other information on it, but I would at least check that out and see how much how much they're issuing. Looks like their float's pretty small still, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Um, some declines in their revenues over the last 4 quarters, but year over year revenue's been picking up. A little behind in 2023. Not great margins, I'll say that much. Do they have some kind of plan for turning their growth around? They've been accumulating some assets. They've cleared out a bit of liabilities over the last year. Cash flows are kind of wavering, but improving coming out of the pandemic. They seem kind of very well established without a lot of growth. I mean, obviously, they're still kind of getting their business back on track after the pandemic, but their margins are terrible. Is there some reason to believe that their margins would improve? Do you think this is like a supply related thing? Like, what's your thesis there? You've probably done more research. I'm asking you because you've done more research on the company than I have, I assume. Trouble taking profits when notional gain is smaller, even when percentage is high. You told me to grow up and take profits like a real pickle. Why don't you just set a stop, make sure you're going to capture some of your profits, and then see what happens? Thoughts on Rio? Think we? Do you have a French mouse in your pocket? I don't own any fucking Rio Tinto. Not anymore. Ew. I'd really only be interested in buying this if there was going to be like if we were going to get like a recession. Maybe if commodities start turning around a little bit harder, it could be finding a bottom here, I suppose. But China's still a big issue, and their demand is awful. I work with Arrow. Margins probably won't grow. They're a volume business. Hmm. Was there a reason to think they'd get more volume? No, I haven't seen the second Dune movie. But I've read the book, so I feel like I'm already ahead of the. Nice, just won a moon. Well done. Corporations making more investments in IT. Yeah, it's. I don't know if I'd want to make a bet on increased capex from anyone. Have you tried DigiKey or Mouser just to see the difference? For what? I'm sorry, Grim 2. You're gonna have to tickle it on your own. Per Pickles picks, a full ported 0 GT. I said if we went under 5100, bearish. Why are you buying 5150s? For generational wealth. Avnet, Arrow, Octopart are some of the big boys. We buy millions a year from them. Their business is directly related to manufacturing. Well, they're not doing great. They're fine, but they're not. I don't know. I don't see like a good growth story there. They have a dividend? I didn't even look at that. Nope, no dividend. I don't even feel like they're very underpriced. They're trading at a PE of like 7.64. Can BTC dump now that it hit an all-time high? Probably. What's up, turd? Variability in lending rates makes it difficult for buy side to manage short positions. On the other side, the decline in GC demand relative to supply has put pressure on lender portfolio returns, making the capture of intrinsic value in lendable portfolios more important than ever. In a sense, U.S. equity lenders hold a portfolio of deep, out of the money options. The present value of each GC lendable share is low, but collectively the portfolio is likely to have some amount of explosive upside value when shares trade special. If lenders do not monetize the optionality via portfolio exclusives or realize the upside value by pushing rates as hard as possible on the limited special opportunities, their returns will be based on total supply and demand dynamics, which have not been favorable to lenders post Great Financial Crisis. The rejoinder from the borrow side may be that pushing on special rates chokes borrow demand, but then the question becomes what amount of sacrifice is required for market stability and how can that be measured? On a related note, equity put options are increasingly liquid and have an embedded term borrow, which reduces the uncertainty rate from fluctuations around rate fluctuations. In Q1 2021, Securities Finance webinar, Carson Block, CIO, Muddy Waters Capital LLC, noted The increased use of put options for his short portfolio, something which he said would have been difficult or impossible prior to the increased liquidity observed since the start of 2020. There may be structural changes which would better facilitate the realization of intrinsic value with lower volatility. Evaluating those options is paramount for market participants as the industry evolves to meet the challenges of modern U.S. equity market. Okay. Hmm. For a down detector showing most of Meta, Google, Microsoft, Amazon services down right now in case weirdness happens. Oh, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Having an issue managing a small position. I have 1x August 450p SPY that's up 25%. I always just let it ride to see how much more. But how would you handle that? Microport 1k in total. Hmm. August 450p SPY. I mean, I would say that we don't even with this drop, we're very far from any kind of mean reversion in price action. Like we're still, $30 above even the weekly gamma neutral point. So, at the gamma neutral point, I might consider hedging off some of the profitability because you have quite a lot of theta. Um, or I would maybe consider selling against it. How far out of the money is that? I'm not sure if it would be worth your while. And maybe if it was a little bit more profitable, it might be worth selling something against it. We're very, very far out of the money though. Yeah, we don't even have like VIX at 16. So yeah, I would say that that's not necessarily the best exit opportunity. But I mean, if you think the market's going to bounce, you could take profits in the short term and then try to re-enter more favorably later. I mean, most of his gains are probably from the increase in volatility and not so much the drop in price. See if we do get a COVID-like price action crash. Wouldn't the big boys rush into zero GT puts, sweep the order book, and just create a gamma squart? Probably. Yeah. I think zero DTE puts represent a significant amount of danger if we do have a crash, and that they can generate obscene amounts of gamma for very little capital. And that's far more effective to the downside than it is to the upside. Good news at the doctors. Nice. Would we see a circuit breaker? It's possible. No cancer signs. Woo. Well done. Yes, they would turn off Gurk's power. Probably. Is there still a lot of put buying? Well, Let's find out. So a little less. Puts are starting to trim back a bit. Um, but not a lot. So we're kind of just leveling off here, but we're not really, I wouldn't say that we're seeing a shift in momentum yet. Excuse me, momentum yet. And we may still have an additional leg to the downside from here. As far as puts already on the chain, there's still quite a lot of them. So a little less put buying, but still some. Um, I don't know. 75 is probably also support. So like 85 and 75 appear to be the biggest supports. But yeah, we could potentially. No, it doesn't look like a V yet. I think if we'd gotten more put capitulation, maybe, but we really haven't gotten a lot. I think part of that's because the largest pile of puts is at 50.80, and they're not in the money yet. If I was trading VWAP, I would buy a 5100 call right here. Interesting. I don't think we're anywhere near VWAP. Can consolidating here much longer turn momentum? Yes. Thanks, Dork. If I have 50.85 puts for Friday, would that stop us from breaking down because I'm cursed? I don't think so. What's a hep cat? Hip? Jazz Daddy? A hep cat is a cool dude. Sounds like hepatitis. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just hip. Isn't it hip cat? It used to be hap when hap was hip. Where's Squamsk? I hope he's okay. He was eating a lot of berries. Squamsk needs more supervision, probably. Is this one of those fake pullbacks where the pumpers get everyone to sell short calls and then squeeze them 2 days later? Probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Adopted by Dan's. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Adopted by Dan's a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, dude. It's a ska thing. You wouldn't get it. I wouldn't want to. Are you really just gonna leave your name as Dickbeard Capital LLC, Dave? What's wrong with Ska? I didn't say anything was wrong with it. Maybe you started a business? Hmm. A low test to 82. I'm an esthetician now. Add-ons will help in a recession. True. Time to buy beyond. It's getting pretty close, yeah. Interesting. I still want a lower price. Is today T6? Might be. Hmm. I don't know. They're still shorting it. I'm gonna wait. Google looks kind of bullish. Tesla doesn't. How's Nvidia doing? Trying to cling to Gamma Max. Nvidia looks kind of bearish too. QQQ's leveling off. Put interest is stagnant, but not capitulating. We're getting a little bit of call buying. Like I think 95. Hmm. Is it inappropriate to give my dental hygienist links to my scaping stream? I have an appointment at 1, so we need to decide fast. If it's a girl, you're gonna get that SA charge, but a guy should be grateful for the help. Yep, well there you go. That's Cinnamon Pine Cone's confirmed legal advice. Apparently a bunch of shit's down right now. Ooh, nice. Carvana's back at 75. How the fuck do these calls have any value left in them? They're so far out of the money. Like, who the fuck is buying a Carvana 84 for $1? Ghost my plays. It's like, oh, this pullback might not be a fake out. Tesla's gonna pump these pumpers at risk. Yeah, I'm not sure that this breakdown is a ruse. It may be legitimate. Call sellers trying to close them. Why would you close a fucking March 8th $84 Carvana call? Like a short $84 March 8th Carvana call. It expires in 3 days. Ooh. Ooh. One of my neighbors sold their house. Buy it. Time for a compound. They're like down the block. Not doxed. Laura's Carvana buy order to 99 cents. It's just a Carvana call. What could it possibly cost? $10? 102. Or did you check for beyond shorting? What do you mean? Market's waiting on bar? Possibly, yeah. You said it's being shorted. Actively. Yeah. Tesla 1.475 million in the money puts, 482,000 in the money calls. Neat. Hmm. There's some indicators that clue you into active shorting, generally speaking. Um, One thing you can look at is the spread. That gives you some indication. Although the spread on Beyond's pretty tight right now, so that probably wouldn't be very useful there. But sometimes during periods of like really heavy shorting into upside price pressure, you'll get you'll get like pretty wide bid ask spreads. I wouldn't say that's the case right now. But I monitor other things. I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you. No, I don't use FINRA short volume tickers. Short volume is meaningless. It's actually arguably one of the worst data sets that FINRA publishes. It's extremely incomplete. It takes a very narrow look at total market liquidity. It's about as useless as a bag of dicks. The majority of DMM transactions are non-media and thus not publicly disseminated, especially on NASDAQ, where all of the DMM actions are automated. There's nothing I hate more than people bringing up short volume and short volume ratios. The worst data set FINRA publishes, the Billboard Top 40. That's the best you've got. Bulls seem to be getting back in control, but it's also useless. I mean, it doesn't tell you anything. So you're looking at data that says nothing. It's just telling you that volume's being traded. Some of that volume's marked short. But otherwise, that's all the information you can get out of it. The only technical indicator I use is fidelity buy sell ratios. Everything must be so bullish. Well, we have a Fed speaker at noon. Short liquidity on Beyond's running a little dry. Fuck, am I gonna have to buy? Hmm. I can wait. Apple and Tesla still look weak. AMD looks okay. Microsoft looks pretty weak. Meta a little bit better. Netflix is looking okay. I think Gamma Max on NVIDIA is just 850. That's kind of tricky without a lot of momentum. Uh, Am I smart for selling 14 CCs expiring April 19th? On what? Mag 7, some parts of the Mag 7 are showing a little bit of a few, well, yeah, some parts of it. Although it doesn't take all of the Mag 7 turning around, right? And if Nvidia and Meta look okay, um and then you can get one other decent runner, maybe like Amazon or Google doesn't look too terrible. Apple doesn't look good. Maybe like Microsoft. Mm. AMD looks okay. So maybe if you get like AMD, Meta, Nvidia, might be enough to turn QQQ around. It's still pretty weak right now, but they're all three of those are picking up like a little bit of upside momentum. If GM greater than DN greater than price, does this mean being under DN dampens price volatility at all, or is it completely unrelated? I think that has more to do with like the amount of theta on the options on the chain, right? So if you have like a lot of delta on longer dated options and not a lot of like short dated options, you'll get a situation where DN is greater than GN. But if they're both greater than price, then no, it increases volatility. Being under DN increases volatility anyway, but I mean, usually if it's like, uh, hold on. So if you have like DN, right, GN. I guess you're saying like this, GN, DN. This is the standard structure, right? More gamma than delta, and then price. So this would create a lot of volatility, right? This would increase IV a lot because the market maker is delta and gamma hedging up and down. So they're buying the upside, they're selling weakness. And this creates like broader price action, right? Um, if you're just below GN, it probably won't raise, or just below DN, but like say GN's down here, you're gonna get some increase in volatility, but not quite as much because gamma is far more impactful than delta. And then if price is up here, like this, you're gonna have the MM buying buying into the downside, right? So that means that your volatility directionally is greater to the upside. So you can get more realized volatility, but you're going to get lower implied volatility. I mean, we're not really anywhere near GN right now. I think the closest one's like 50-50 for SPXW, and that one's not very important. It's definitely not like a big resistance. The last two big drops we had, like bigger corrections during this run, and there haven't been many. But the last two we had both tested gamma neutral on the monthly. None of the short data reported by NYSE, FINRA, and Nasdaq are live. That's like end of day. And it's additionally delayed on top of that. Why track monthly, quarterly Greeks if all movement is determined by weeklies and zero DTEs? It's not, which we kind of saw yesterday on the upside test of like 5150, right? The monthlies can matter, they just don't come into play as often. But they're notionally they're way bigger, like 10 times the size. Like failing gamma neutral on the SPXW is like whatever, right? It's a little more accelerated downside, maybe a slight uptick in vol, right? But failing GN on the monthly is like a big deal. Yeah, that's irrelevant. Lost your gun. Like 90% of that data is just trading, right? It's forward. It's like short sales reported from the MM that are then bought in a non-media trade, right? And so you end up just you're kind of just looking at like a partial picture of the volume, and it doesn't really tell you anything. Like the vast majority of short sales that occur on any like stock with a remotely liquid options chain are going to be due to the MM, or well, the DPM. And they might like short market for liquidity, right? But then they can, and that's a media transaction, so that's publicly disseminated and reported, right? But then the buy, which can occur also instantaneously, is then a non-media transaction and unreported. Not to mention, like as far as exchanges go, FINRA only reports some. And then you get nothing from anything going on in dark pools or between like securities. So it's useless. Yeah, Beyond's getting it's running out of like short liquidity on the intraday, so it might start going up more. I said that like half an hour ago. Fitzel reports dark pool transactions at the end of the day. It also doesn't report netting in dark pools. So you don't know how many of those trades are actually hitting the book versus how many are just being transacted in a neutral state. You can keep digging, you're not going to find it. Thought dark pools still had to report trades to the ADF. So they do, but you don't, like, there's no picture into the netting. And they also just report at end of day. All right, so there's no intraday data on it. Yep. So unless IWM starts dropping soon, Beyond's probably going to push higher. Hmm. That's nice. If all trades and participants in the market were 100% transparent in real time for everyone, what would that look like? Maximum efficient market? Probably shitloads of volatility. Hmm. Interesting. What the fuck is PBR earnings? Ooh, also Thursday night. Yeah, getting a little bit of a uptick in. Well, we're getting a bit of an uptick in puts. A decent one. A little spike in vol too. Do you find value in Bollinger Bands? I don't use them. Maybe a difficult ask in this market condition, but I'd like you to go into monthly income strats, like wide condors, a bit more again. I mean, what is there something specific about them? You're gonna have to build the strategy on your own. I'm not gonna just hand it to you. But if there's something specific that you need to know, I could answer that. Honestly, they're hard to do in this market because of volatility. There's like no volatility. 50, 40 end of day. Okay. That'd be cool. Does ES contract cash settle upon expiry? Yeah. maybe have a monthly look back on what would have worked and what wouldn't. Hmm. Wait, what the fuck? Ooh, cool. Hmm. But a push in that direction would be nice. Like a monthly PP and review when it expires. I mean, I feel like I put in a lot of like theta selling. Those are all income strategies, right? You're specifically interested in like neutral income strategies. Doing a monthly review. What did you doubt me about? What, oh, the 75 test? We're gonna close the gap, aren't we? It doesn't look good. Hmm. I mean, a lot of that doesn't even have to be that hard, right? Like you don't. So if we look at like SPX, like 30 DTE, right? You've got a market maker assumed move of like 3.4%, roughly. Um, so I'd be um, like 49.15, 52.60. I mean, you can even just as simple as that, right? You could just build around. So, hold on. Nope. There we go. So you could just build around that, right? Like you could do like fuck off. So I'll do like 15. Upside, you know, like 42.60. 10. Right? As long as you stay within that, you're getting like a 50% return on risk every 30 days. Now, this isn't something you want to. What do you mean? It's $10,000, right? Yeah. I mean, fine. You can go lower, right? If I could do $10 spreads if you want to. It's shitty, but it's still 35% on risk. I'm not sure if that might be more. Hold on. So that is actually my mistake. This is 30. This is 30 DTE. Ew. That doesn't have the right strikes to the upside. Might have to go like 31. What's the first? Yeah, it's the first Friday. So you have to go like 60, 70. There you go. You have to go one extra day, which I don't love, but I mean it's still 42% on risk, 67% chance of profit. Chance of profitability goes down a bit if vol increases though, so you don't necessarily benefit from increases in volatility, but if you don't expect increases in volatility, it's perfectly reasonable. Well, because Yaga was complaining about having enough margin to go 50 wide. I wouldn't go 10 wide on this. I would probably do like this. Sorry. You have plenty to build a simple strat, but yes, people will have to try. Uncertainty in macro lately shouldn't help with it. That's part of it. I mean, you have to assess. Anytime you're dealing with anything with theta, you're gonna have to make some assessment of the macro. I love plays where I can make an average of 3% a day. That works out to like 8,600% a year. I'm gonna be laughing at the stream card all day. Phenomenal. That was I think this one was Flock of Steagles. It's pretty great. I saw if broken 20. What the supports on the way down? I want to invest in radioactivity. You find them. Tell me what you get, and then I'll tell you what they are. How did you calculate the 3.4% expectation? Oh, calculating implied move? Um, so you calculate like 85% of the value of the at the money straddle on the expiration you want. And you add the price of the front month call and the price of the front month put, and then multiply it by 85%. You could also take the out the money straddle and then the first out of the money strangle and divide by 2. How's the carry trade looking? Still elevated, but coming down over the last couple of days. There's definitely a little bit of fear that Japan's going to make a move in March instead of April. I don't think they will, but they might. Which Fed speaker's at noon? Who is it? It's Barr. Ooh, manufactured new goods orders for Jan look like dog shit. -3% seasonally adjusted. That might have had some of the effect. Services PMI. Huh. That is not great. Philadelphia Global Services Business Activity Index doesn't look so hot either. All right, so put interest is up, and we got another drop down to the relatively the same level. And that seems to be just sitting there. Not a lot of capitulation on the puts. It definitely doesn't look like anybody's ready to take profit. We're starting to get more puts at 75, 70, 65, and 60. Put buying has tapered off. It does look like we're getting a little bit more call selling. $18.33, $15.83, $13.05. Let's see. So we got 1917, 1838, and 1694, 1582. So you're pretty close on two. Did you ever enter the pickles picks for Airbnb last week? No, because it blew out above risk in the pre-market, so I never got a chance. This might be another okay entry on it potentially. I would wait for it to break below 55, and I would have to look at the options chain, which has been kind of bullish lately. Give me a second. It looks like calls are starting to fall off a little bit, but they haven't fallen off very much, and there's still a lot of delta. NQ, no, not NQ, but QQQ, I have them. Oh, this is getting to be a bitch. Greeks for the plebs. Hmm. Let's see. Gamma max on QQQ is 451. Gamma neutral 437. Delta neutral 423. So QQQ is actually just a bit below GN. Looks like it lost it right about there. Are the 5100 calls still on the chain? The longer dated ones? I don't see why they would have fallen off. Yes. But put interest to the downside of 5100 is a little bit heavier than the call interest. So the transition from 5075 to 5100, not looking great right now. A lot of that's zero DTEs, but we need a pretty big shift in the call interest between here and 5100 to bounce. Or we need broad capitulation from the in the money puts. 6 trades today, $25 profit. Nice, man. No problem, Edwin. Did I miss all of today's price action? We're definitely approaching a rut here. We are getting a decent uptick in call buying right now. I don't know if that means it's gonna like V or anything, but there is some call buying going on. A fair amount. That seems to have found some level here. It looks like they're buying the 75 and the 85 pretty heavily. We'll see if we get another round of call buying here, we may reverse. Did you say there was call selling? Oh, that's squeeze material. Yeah, but it may not be close enough to the money. Also, the call buying that we see right now can also just be sold calls being bought to close. Cohen wants to get into the AI bubble. He tweeted he's looking for programmers again. Well, everyone asked what the needle would be, Premium Pete. I think you just found it. If GameStop does AI, that should be the end of the AI bubble. Jesus fucking Christ. Rip GME, rip AI. Think I could score a job with GME where I don't do anything besides collect a paycheck? Are you willing to gently cradle Ryan Cohen's balls all day? That's doing something. I'm out. Nah. Like how they killed NFTs? Exactly. He's not just looking for coders, he's looking for people to work with directly. I.e., he's got to get 70k he's gonna get 70k resumes from SS. Yeah. Not 70k though, like 3,000. Because that's all that's left there. I've done worse. RC doesn't pay his employees. Did you see Plute and RC met IRL? Yeah. I wonder who was the top and who was the bottom. You don't wonder. You already know. There's the little like drop in IWM eased up the liquidity on Beyond a bit, but not much. If they finish the force covering for the day, then we might see some price decline into the back half of the day. It's not very liquid right now, though. I guess it didn't break $9, which is what matters. Is that why the market's tanking today? GameStop getting into AI? Yep. That's all it took. YouTube just told me I need to wait 14 days before I change my name again. Looks like DBC LLC is a thing for a while. I'm just gonna call you Dave. Neither Plute was the top. RC sat on the side and watched as Plute fucked Bobby holders. Nice. Should I be paying attention to BYND anymore? Or are we pumping the brakes on that for a while for a better entry? So the question on Beyond is if there is going to be a better entry. Like there's a possibility that 825 today is as low as it's gonna go. We're starting to move more into the force covering period. I would still like to see them get the $8 calls that are underwater out from underwater, but I'm probably being greedy. I said this yesterday too, so I'm probably fucking myself, but I don't really care if I have to spend an extra 30 cents per contract. I'm okay with that. All right. Man, yeah, I hear you. I don't know why Super Stonk shows up in my fucking feed anymore either. Also, last night I got attacked by fucking idiots on Twitter, like GameStop idiots that don't know what short sale volume means and think the word idiosyncratic's compelling. I would never. Don't call me dude. I wasn't talking about you, Stash Diamond, even though I still haven't read the manifesto you DM'd me the other day. Um, I was just talking about all the other fucking morons. I blocked the other guy, but only after I sufficiently proved that he was a fucking idiot. I joined a Twitter space last night with JFresh, full of a bunch of really serious FinTwit gurus, like low level FinTwit gurus. And I asked him, as a materials engineer, if he would recommend Scotch guarding his sex chair. He wasn't ready. Anyway, long story short, the people running the space did not like that. It's statistically impossible to prove to an idiot that they're an idiot. That's not why I do that. If I attack people and make them look stupid, it's so everyone else knows they're stupid. It's not because I expect them to realize they're stupid. How else would he protect the rich Corinthian leather? It took Jay Fresh wasn't expecting it. Like me and Dork were in voice chat and we saw him in a space. So I just like snuck in there and trolled him, but he wasn't prepared to answer. So it was kind of funny though. Stop attacking me. Everyone already knows. That shit was so fucking hilarious. Zero DTs that are a few strikes in the money are boring, but dang, they print almost every time. Eh, depends on your definition of print. Are you covering your cost basis? You can also get burned on them really hard. Enjoy the low market volatility while it lasts. Wait, were you there, Poopy Pants? I love how deadpan he was when he said, well, they have a cover that you can just unzip to wash. V time? We're getting closer, yeah. I said that if the call buying persisted, that we could keep going up and start to turn around, like 15 minutes ago. Pay attention to the words coming. Oh, that's the whole point of this. If you're not listening to me, JFresh only does missionary because he's figured out that that's the angle of maximum penetration. He did the math. It's not that it's not. Well, some puts are taking profit, especially as we move slightly higher here. Um, but I think we're seeing a lot of short calls closing. Short calls that were sold on the way down. short options are what move SPX for the most part. Not long options. Only only dipshits in the pickle buy long options. Everyone else is selling that shit. Listen in hopes that you slip up and tell me where you live. This way I can have my revenge. Yeah, I meant everyone else, Rims and Sims. Didn't Popcorn say that JFresh was not good at math? I seem to recall this. And Popcorn seems smart. I think Popcorn's not with us today, if anyone's noticed. And it could be because of the arrival of a tiny kernel. Or because he hasn't slept in 2 days. Why doesn't Rims just ask his sister? I don't know. He doesn't have a boss. Which paper? My Twitter was pretty fire last night. I was kind of in a mood. They're still buying pets. There's still a lot of pets, but I don't think anyone's currently buying them. Not as much vol shorting as I would have expected. I mean, you don't short vol into falling prices unless you're a fucking moron. You can sleep while your wife is birthing. It's not that hard. You've just gotten used to it. Can I get a financial advice? No. You chose conflict. I bet RC even saw that legendary thread. I don't care if he did or not. I kind of hope he did, so he could have gotten great gems like this. Or a little introspection. Idiosyncratic means crime. And all the meme and hype stocks, I guess they go up into earnings frequently. I'm noticing PBR normally goes down into earnings. Seems odd. That's because they usually announce their massive dividend. Do you think Neo is done? Like, what, they're gonna go. They have like billions of dollars. I don't think they're gonna go bankrupt. Not until they spend all that money first. It's 50-20 possible. That's very unlikely. Right now, with the current positioning, I don't think so. Also, no more data today. What if the V was a lowercase w long? There's still a lot of puts down here. I do think we can run up into the end of the day. I just don't think that's gonna happen just yet. We're kind of getting there, I guess. We're getting more. We're getting like more put buying right now. A little bit. It's not a lot, but there's definitely some people buying puts on this bounce. Looks like the call buying has mostly stopped. Yeah, momentum might be starting to turn a little bit more bearish. You know what is probably possible today though is like if we get another leg down, we could see like 50-60. So either we get back over 90, 100, or we can get another leg down. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Another little chunk of call buying. Yeah, this just seems kind of contested. Like the call buying, put buying is kind of just going back and forth. Still have a lot of puts at 80, 85, 90, 75. On the 0 GT side. I don't really know where the breakpoint would be there. I guess if we move substantially above 90, then 92-ish, we might start to see more puts capitulate. So we're kind of close. Is that 92? Hold on. It's like 92.75. So if we move up above this, right there, or 92.55, I would say that we'll probably see a bigger sweep of like capitulation from the put side. Still some more call buying. Starting to get a little bit more bullish. Not a lot of upside resistance until, well, like 5100. This is where they make it look like a V, and it's actually sell the rip. I'd be very careful of that, like we saw earlier on the test of 5115. The call side positioning collapsed really, really fucking fast. So, stops around resistance. I, like I said, I think that resistance is like 5100 if you're on the long side. You ever thought about just playing the video? I bet you can make 100K a day off of it. Still straddling. I didn't straddle it today because it's like right at gamma max. It seemed like it would be a waste. But I straddled it yesterday. I made okay money. I also bought like skip strike butterflies at market open, which I kind of just wish I'd bought more calls, but whatever. But yeah, I've been playing it a little bit. It's it's still pretty volatile, and the options on it are extremely overpriced. IWM's going to 210 or 200 this week. How about 200, 205? I want like I want like 80 more of these gold 20s in my account. What's gold? 2138 right now. Why is Kenny shorting Doge? I don't know. I don't own any. Do you think Jimmy will go lower than this? Sure, why not? XRT is not even on Reg Show. I'm not gonna lie, Jimmy either needs to be shorted pretty soon or it's going to run. I don't have covered calls either way because of the proximity to earnings, but the nonstop covering on XRT has been pushing up on the price quite a bit. And it's being offset right now with like a lot of shorting on IJH. Jimmy's chart today looks like my cousin. Weird and probably dropped as a child. I ordered ramen for lunch. It's that kind of day. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it raining? It's raining here. It sucks. I live 9 feet away from you. Oh, yeah. It's a very important 9 feet, though. Court ordered. Only 8.7 feet when I get excited. Wink. It's very average. I I feel like you meant 8 3/4, but oh, okay. Either way, I mean, yeah, whatever. It's just it's imperial measurements. I didn't make them up. Someone else did. Odorous Dan is cat lady? No, I don't believe that. What are your thoughts on bar speaking? More words of two cuts? Maybe. It would be very exciting. I hope they just get rid of all the rate cuts because they're stupid and they shouldn't be there. Yeah, 50-50 Ps are ready. For what? Ooh, what's this? Hmm. Okay, that's neat. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Try to write something now. Not you. Your life is more like Seinfeld than he knows. Crazy cat lady, Kramer, guy down the hall, George. He's obviously Jerry, but who's Elaine? I hate you. I'm back. You're back. Yeah. I just switched it to live chat. That seems to have worked. Does failing 85 again open up 50-50 or 75, the main level? I don't think it opens up 50, but it could open up. Well, I don't know. It would depend on where puts come in. More puts would have to come in. We're getting some right now, like a bit. We're getting some put buying. I wouldn't say that any of it looks particularly aggressive though. A little bit at 70. Yeah, some of the 75 sold off on this bounce too. So 75 is actually a little weaker than it was. 80 might be resistance to the downside now. But that's still like $10 almost. $7. So yeah, 80 right here should be kind of resistance. I guess it kind of was before too. We didn't test 75 yet. We're close. Palantir looking bearish friendly. Puts with theta. Could if you want to. I don't think they have anything interesting coming up. It looks like short vol's been piling in, so My buddy just called me to tell me about the job he got using my recruiter. This is the second time this happened for him in the past 5 years. I've gotten no jobs through my recruiter in towns. Maybe you should stop referring this guy if he's not getting you any jobs. With WeBull ups and downs and earnings, where do you think it'll bottom out? I don't know. If it fails 75, 50, and then if it fails 50, back to $1. I'm up $26 today on my VXX shares, so I guess it's pretty balanced. Sounds like it. Seems like 23.85 might have been a support. Broke down, just rejected. It might be time. I think GN is at like $20. But yeah, 23.45 is a bearish level. If I remember correctly from earlier. Someone asked me about this earlier. Yeah, 23.45. And then delta neutral's at 20. Which has, well, recently has been acting as support, so be careful with that. Alright, little uptick in vol. Put buying still increasing. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they're still walking up the puts. Momentum is starting to turn a little bearish. So yeah, maybe 80.75 on this. Who's currently winning this week? I made like 23,000 on Nvidia yesterday. I should have made like 100, but I'm a moron. No, the prediction. Oh, who cares? I don't even know. Me? I was the only one that had a downside. Did Dork have downs? Dork had some downs. It depends on if we bounce into the end of today or not. If we don't bounce into the end of today, Dork's in the lead because our Mondays were like the same. And if we bounce into the end of the day, then I'm in the lead. Well, we have to bounce quite a bit. If we bounce to like 51.25 by end of day, then I'll be in the lead. I didn't make 23K today. That was yesterday. But yeah, I mean, I had the Nvidia straddle, and then I bought the fucking 15 or 20 of the, I think it was 20 of the skip strike butterflies. So I made like 800 on each of those, and then I closed I closed the straddle legs way too early, but those did pretty well too. I made 23K on Nvidia. Should have made 100. Yeah, if I just bought calls instead of skip strike butterflies, and then held them all the way up to 875. I could have bought like 900 calls. They like quadrupled in value. Dork means $17 this week. Dork makes a salary also. I just told my client they have to pay 280K by 315, and he said, I have 10 days to find 280K. What's zero DT to should I tell him to buy? I should tell him to get a lawyer. Dork makes a salary also. Fucking kick me while I'm down, Gork. I thought you chose to be unemployed. Alright. God, that's boring. Maybe the rest of the day just won't be fun. That reminds me, do you know which brokers take food stamps? Moo and Binance. I think they have a EBT program. If they manage to get Tesla 5100, are we likely to go back down or just continue up? I feel like if we get back to 5100, we're gonna get a lot of capitulation. This looks like bears are kind of repositioning right now. So we're chopping, but not higher highs. I think bulls might be trying to stabilize for the Fed speaker. Yeah. But isn't his speech over? I thought he would have fucking done it already. What time does he speak at? 4:15? 14:15? Ugh. I'm looking for an immaculate V. I think towards the end of the day, it's very likely. But I still think there's a lot of puts down here right now that have unrealized gains, so. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking when the neutral positioning comes in towards the end of the day. That's probably going to drive us up, right? Barr? I don't think his speech matters that much, honestly. But if he foreshadows more. If he foreshadows the Fed pulling back rate cuts like Bostic did yesterday, that's going to get people worried a bit. Can you give a brief summation of your thesis on gold? Yeah, there's a lot of currency risk currently in the market. China and Japan have had a very difficult time stabilizing their currencies against the dollar. The euro, the EU, and Great Britain and Japan are both kind of in recessions, right? And so, and the U.S. still isn't, right? We've managed to deficit spend our way out of one for the time being. And so that should push a lot of value into the dollar, which is destabilizing for foreign currencies. And central banks, especially foreign central banks, use gold as a currency hedge. Then, if Japan should raise interest rates in March or April, you get a move in the carry trade. Also, higher inflation, and gold is an inflationary hedge as well. If Bitcoin's running, gold will run too. Think about it this way. Bitcoin has what, quarter of the market cap, like the total current value of gold. I just got a friend request from you. It's not me. Spelled your name with two eyes. Can you report them if you're serious? Does this mean we're not having a tickle party later tonight? I don't think we'd have a tickle party tonight. Were you planning on one? Thanks, Renzer. All right. It's, that's what you said in your friend request. Oh, yeah. Get wrecked. What happened to the potential wife you were dating 2 months ago? That wasn't a potential wife. Someone posted a beautiful girlfriend for you on Reddit. She's a prime selection. I swear to God. Is it that centaur picture again? What the fuck is wrong with everybody? It is. That's the motherfucking centaur picture again. You son of a bitch. Where did the centaur myth fact originate? I don't remember. Something to do with me not standing up, and then someone accused me of being a centaur. Only hooves? I never said I was a centaur in the Discord and deleted it. Someone accused you of being a centaur and it became canon just like that. Pretty much, yeah. I did not, Bob. Prove it. Well, if it takes some time in the morning to get all 4 hooves cleaned, so there is that. I was 2 seconds away from screenshotting. Slow. It's a woman warrior centaur with armor, but it looks like she has 2 vags. Vags? Hmm. So anatomically accurate. What's some of the big swings on GME? I don't know. I said earlier if it breaks up anymore, it's probably gonna run. I don't know if it's gonna break up though. There's still a lot of covering going on XRT. This is why I think shares are being recalled. Look at this shit. From like the time inflation data came in till now, XRT has just fucking ripped. Like this was in the inflation data. Actually, this was the first set of inflation data. Right? Yeah. XRT is up 10% from there. This is like its biggest move in for literally forever. Since like April of 2022. There was another time a long time ago that XRT ripped like crazy. But we're not going to talk about that because you guys are weird. I've seen you talk about share recalls a little bit. You think people are recalling to sell? No, I just think the market's trading flat while Apple's down 7%. Will this pullback be enough to increase VN above us? It depends. We'll see how much vol shorting there was today. But it should increase it a bit. Is there a common reason that you and the quants all predict ups for the end of the week? Yeah. Follow up. What is the reason? Well, I mean, JFresh thought we were just going to go straight up all week, which he knew was ridiculous. And he should have predicted a similar plot to me and Dork. But for the beginning of the week, we were right at major resistance in the options chain, and so some kind of pullback was necessary to open up more upside. And I don't think any of the data this week is going to be sufficiently bearish to drive prices down. I don't even think the data today was that bearish. Like, yeah, the narrative will be that we're down on manufacturing orders and like slightly less improved ISM pricing, but um I think really we're down today because somebody just bought a fuck ton of zero DTE puts. And as far as the upside goes, this should open up more range to the upside. And there's still a lot of out of the money calls. Also, there's still a lot of leverage, and it's not OPEX. This is because we love you, I suppose. What's an XSP? Is it better than SPY? It can be. It's like mini SPX. It cash settles, which is nice. Have you heard or have any thoughts on SoFi's convertible bond deal? I have heard that they're doing one. I hate SoFi. I think they're a terrible bank. I don't know why people buy them. Oh yeah, XSP also has the same tax advantage. So does SPXL and SPXS. I don't know how people trade in small ports. I have this one just for fun, aside from my main, and entering trades with such low capital is terrifying. It's hard. Yeah. They don't make it easy to make money. The spreads can be wonky. Yeah. And it's not as liquid as SPY. But you can use that to your advantage, especially on zero DTEs. Yeah. Also, cash settlement. Do you think Beyond realized enough liquidity for it to be shorted this afternoon? Looking for an entry. Also hoping to buy some calls. Mm, not heavily shorted, but I mean, it looks like they're getting it back towards 850. Maybe after CNS, we might see some more shorting. No, bars at 215. Yeah, well, that's part of all cash settled options are European options, but yes. We might have enough puts to finally break down. I mean, Bears have been trying to push back to like 75 again for the last fucking hour. So far we haven't broken down through the 85 resistance yet. Um but if we do, yeah, we can retest 80, 78, maybe 75. Thanks, man. It's been too long since I've seen any CNS action. Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna make something to eat real fast. I'll be right back. Lunch. All right. I'm not going to miss my beyond entry. Relax. I think I can't automate orders. Wow. I really missed nothing. How fucking boring. All right. What do we got going on? Let's see. Put buying's still a little elevated. But some of it dropped off on the like $2 bounce there. Where's my fucking tea? Shit. Hold on. All right. Okay, I'm back this time, I promise. No, I forgot my tea. Why is my XSP chart 10 minutes delayed? No live CBOE index data. So go into the, if you're on WeBull, which I assume you are, go into the app, go to the options, data packages, and turn on the free index option data. Hmm. No, I don't think this is a good range for price to stay stable. I think we just, like, if we stay here too long, I think we just push up above 5,100 again into the end of the day. Increased my port 20% this week. Now I'm up to $120. That's awesome, man. Baby steps. I mean, gains are gains. One day I'll get back to the 250K I started with, and then you can finally retire. What do you think of the bear? Eh, it's mediocre. Like, it'd be way cooler if it was just focused on food and food drama. But I've worked in enough restaurants in my life that I think I can live without pretending to be in one. After college, the back of the house just didn't interest me anymore. It'd be cooler if he didn't have so many fucking mental like issues. Like, who wants to watch that? I was like, everything triggers my crippling anxiety. Tune in tonight, 9 p.m., where a chef with crippling anxiety attempts to function in the real world. Oh, the bear? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like, who? I don't know who the fuck acts like that. It's just weird. I don't get it. Hands. It's stressful to watch. I just don't understand like the point. Like, it'd be really cool if it was all about the food and not about his dead fucking brother. Spoiler alert. If that's what you're after, just watch Iron Chef. I mean, that's what I would watch. My theory is Bear is semi-biographical based on Maddie's experience. Is he the guy who makes the disgusting sandwiches on YouTube? His dead brother is the food. It's a modern retelling of Sweeney Todd. I can't remember the etiquette, but I think you say spoiler before spoiler. Ah, whoops. Where is this going to bottom out? 50.77 again? Yeah, it's possible. Well, we might test 75. His standards are so high, he literally can't watch, listen to, or eat anything. That's ridiculous, Dork. You're just mad that I don't like prime rib, Taco Bell, and the Foo Fighters. Don't worry, his brother being dead is not a spoiler. It's the entire premise. What's a food you hate to admit you love? Tostino's party pizza. It's not pizza. It doesn't start a party. But it's addictive. Cobra. Look at the pickle jar started on Chicago deep dish. There's nothing to start. It's just bad. Beef stew's better in a bread bowl. It's not a pie. It's soup in a bread bowl. I don't know if bulls are dead because we finally tested 75, but it's nice that we finally tested 75. Wow, it only took us 2 hours and 45 minutes to get the second leg down.
Love this market. Maybe. I'm out of day trades on the margin account. It's true. I think I'm supposed to like it to geography, due to geography, but I don't want a bowl of tomato sauce over a block of cheese. Sometimes there's some whole tomatoes in it for the texture. Goo and soft, chunky goo, you know. You see that, Cobra? Traitors in your midst. I was in Argentina over Christmas, and the pizza's pretty outstanding. Not Chicago deep, but big hearty pizza with full meals on top. That's not pizza. That's just bread with shit on it. BNet is not meeting NYSE listing requirements. Bullish, actually. Yeah. What's a New York pizza? Breadcrumbs with tomato leather on top? No. Delicious, perfectly balanced combination of sauce, cheese, and pizza dough. I don't know. Puts are getting. Eh. If we lose 75, we could test 60. I think the sell off's going to depend largely on this. Mm. And I do think we have some like long term support down here somewhere. Right there. So we just failed that. Hold on, let me double check that one on the hour. I suppose that shifted a little bit here. Anyway, yeah. So, that's good enough. And that would put us around 50, 60 ES or SPX. There's still a bit of range, but it can bounce. 75 is still resistance, so it will support. So just have to wait and see what it does. What you eating? I made a tuna salad sandwich on wheat. Who's winning now? You or Dork? I think we both had down for today, but I think I have up into close. Do you put relish in your tuna salad or celery onion? Although I am adept in the making of Midwestern tuna salad, which is tuna mayonnaise soup. I usually use my own recipe. I do know how to make that. My grandma taught me. But I don't like salads that are like mayo based. It's like macaroni salad, potato salad, tuna salad. They're more like a spread, but yeah, anyway. So I usually make it with tuna, Dijon, lemon, chopped olives, garlic, and like sous vide soy eggs. Then I finish it with like lemon vinaigrette. So it's more like a Niswa. Yeah, yeah, kind of Niswa-ish. But no potatoes. Only potatoes. Usually just open a can of tuna and mix in Malort. Yeah, and then when you're done, you can stuff a paper towel in it and light it on fire to keep you warm at night on the streets of Chicago. What's Malort? Don't worry about it. If there's no risk of prions, I don't eat it. So just deer. How long do you guys think before the human race gets wiped out by deer prions? Doesn't transfer yet, Bob. Prions are horrifying. Yeah, they are. Oh, you guys want to ruin your day? Look up chronic wasting disease. Thanks, Gherk. Day ruined. You're welcome. What's a prion? Should I look it up on my work computer? Sure. I don't think that would be bad. If you thought COVID was bad, just wait. There's more. Yep. It's a prion, Matthew. Oh, nice, man. Well done. Okay, yeah. Well, good job. The worst part about prions is even like 1,000 degrees can't destroy it. Yeah, it's like the deer that have it. Like everywhere they piss, shit, eat, it just infects everything around it, and it never goes away until the protein's denatured. That's why I bleach my lawn once a week. Anyway, they do think that at some point CWD could infect humans. I know they've infected like macaques and spider monkeys and mice with human genes. Pickle jar, prion infected deer, no sleep, skinwalkers. It's kind of like pickle jar options and ETF liquidity versus super stock crime. Interesting. Should probably get something for that, baby. You're taking VIX off screen? That's where it's headed. There you go. CJD is a different prion. It's a different protein. It's like bovine spongiform encephalopathy, right? I'm like talking C. diff and sepsis on Tuesday. What is this? My day job? Or maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe CJD is from cannibalism, and then Mad Cow is a different one. I think you might be right. Sorry, Greg, positioning still suggesting big ups. If they close the 80 put wall, we could have ups into the end of the day if puts capitulate. We got 10 minutes till the Fed speaker. Mad cow disease is VCJD, variant Creutzfeldt Jacob. But CWD isn't CJD. I don't know if that's accurate. Might be. Were you in the UK for the mad cow outbreak? Yeah, I was. I'm not actually supposed to donate blood because of that. I lived in London for, I don't know, it was like 4 years. Would you rather be the top trader of your time or get mad cow disease? That's a stupid question. I drew some pretty good trend lines on this downward movement since 1230. Took decent profits once it broke through. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you didn't have an hour and a half of prep time, but congratulations. What are the chances the Fed speaker mentions BNAD? 0? Is 50.75 a good straddle spot? Yeah, it's not bad. Any correlation between mad cow outbreaks and bull markets? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Remember when JPOW talked about his favorite textbooks? Oh, God. You mean his current course materials? Where did he choose mad cow? Bar, look, guys, macroeconomics aside, there's this pretty cool penny stock. We got to make sure it stays listed, okay? I think it's called Bean Ed. Later, Huckleberry. Just got to work, walked past a Porsche parked in the staff lot. I'm confused. I must be in the wrong place. Maybe not. This is oh my god. Jen, are you about to have a meet cute with the Porsche guy at the library? Quick, fix your hair. If you were forced to buy a supercar, which would you go for? Hmm. Forget the model name. Hold on. The No, that's not it. The Zonda? Or the Maserati MC12? I don't fit in either of them, but the fuck are you guys talking about? Exactly. I have it in Fidelity. Are there any zero GTE calls concentrated higher on the chain? I'm looking for a late day YOLO to keep things interesting. Um, there's some calls at 85 and 5100. Not a lot of them. Significantly less than the puts at those strikes, but they're there. You would fit in an Enzo MC12? Really? Okay. Lotus Elise. Gross. Why are you asking for data if it's a YOLO? Get in there with your predator instincts like a true degen. Everyone's gone soft, man. I swear. I know. I've noticed that. Time in the market, something. Beats. I don't know. Get the 1992 Batman Returns Batmobile, the one that can shed its sides and turn into a black hot dog to fit down narrow alleyways. Dude, I have a picture from like the New York City Auto Show of me driving that when I was like 7 years old. Well, not driving it, but sitting in it. It's pretty awesome. I'm not 6'6". A lowered Cybertruck with a pickle wrap. Please let the pigeon whale see you in all the glory. I'll have to ask my mom to dig out the photo albums. We've been over this. Gherk is 3'8" and weighs 295 pounds. It's true. Actually, below my shoulders, the rest of my body is just shaped like a turnip. Is this post GME MOASS purchases? No. Yes. Incoming dump. From what? We're going up. What are you talking about? I thought you were shaped like a fennel. I have a patient with chronic wasting disease currently on my caseload. Super sad. I think we're talking about different things. I thought humans, there'd been no human transmissions. GRS is a misfolded protein that infected super stock. Are my BNODS shares safe, or am I destined to own another stock going to the OTC? Excellent question. I have chronically wasted disease. Nice. Have you ever told us what your Patronus is, Gurk? No, it wouldn't work if I did that. Do you think Popcorn misses us with all his heart? I think I had CWD. The whole floor would be locked down tighter than the Pentagon. Are we gonna watch the meeting, or is that too boring? What, are you kidding? I'm never going to miss an opportunity to watch J Pow argue with Congress people whose DMs he doesn't whose DMs he leaves on red. It's maybe the highlight of the quarter. Does he mean muscular dystrophy? Maybe. He ghosts people? Playing hard to get. So hot. Yeah. Any put capitulation down at these levels? No, not yet. Who could miss Senator Warren getting a rise out of JPOW? In what way will JPOW determine the SPY for the rest of the day? He's not speaking today. He's speaking tomorrow. Say the day that Colonel's Jiffy popped into the world? Possibly. There's a lot of puts at 80. There's a really good chance that we close between 75 and 85. But if puts capitulate and calls buy into the back half of the day, like power hour, we could go up. I don't expect us to move much before then. So don't get excited. Mr. Powell, Americans are suffering. When are you going to delete our debt and cut rates to zero? I demand you raise rates to force corporations to pay their fair share. Ridiculous. I will say she's like the only senator that actually understands what monetary policy is. At least she doesn't ask him about fiscal policy, right? I can't wait for tomorrow when all the Republican Congress people are like, why do you keep issuing debt? Have you seen what you're doing to our deficit? Or how many Latinos are being hired at the Fed? Yeah, we might get an update on that. Maxine Waters is the worst. Last time, I think she asked him about the budget. Like, that's, for those of you who don't know, that's Congress's deal. My favorite thing is that nobody in Washington knows what anybody else's actual job is. Chairman Powell, when are you going to do something about Twitter and Elon Musk? I need a Washington job. Yes, you do. It's recession proof. Do you ever follow Nancy Pelosi's plays? No, because I've seen her miss hard. She was long PayPal. Her Nvidia play is just starting to make up for all the money her husband lost last year. If the government would stop drug testing, I'd get a job there in a heartbeat. Dude, JPOW spent like an entire month of last year chasing the dead around. They don't drug test. How much did Paul lose? Like $1 million? Yeah, I have to pay capital gains. I think drugs are a requirement to work at the Fed. Maybe, yeah. Well, the Fed's technically a private institution, so. Previously worked for a government contractor, and they did one when hiring me, but everyone at that job was high all the time. I see that it's a hammer joke. You've made a Paul Pelosi hammer joke. Congratulations, Evans 2105. You're now on the leaderboards. He nailed it. Ha! Have you guys ever seen that video? It's the funniest fucking assault I've ever seen in my life. The guy's just like holding the hammer and he's like, oh shit, cops. I better hit this guy. They don't send the sharpest tools in the shed. No worries, JC. If you can dodge fraud charges, you can dodge a hammer. Uh, is Marjorie Taylor Greene on the House Financial Services Committee yet? Where she belongs? My ultimate dream for the parody that is our government is that Marjorie Taylor Greene shows J-Pow Hunter Biden's cock. Only then will the death of Harambe be finally reversed, and we can merge back into our proper timeline. What if Boberg gives J-Pow a handy? Where do you think she got her campaign funding? You think we printed all those PPP loans for nothing? If she does that, SPX 6000. Yeah, everything will be fixed. That's the prophecy foretold. It was at that moment that the entirety of the United States of America looked into the mirror and decided this was not the path any of us thought we would be on. You're fucking absurd. How am I absurd? No, what's absurd is that we have a congresswoman who doesn't miss a single opportunity to show everyone she feasibly can the president's son's dick. That's absurd. I'm not the one who's absurd. I'm just pointing out what other people should find absurd. Lisa and Al Gaib. Oh, fuck. We've really gotten ourselves in a pickle in this country. Okay, fine. Everything is absurd, and this is a horrible simulation. That's better. MTG and Hunter just need to fuck and get it over with. Yeah. Her husband can watch, too. I think he's into that. There's literally a Missouri Republican who wants to bring back dueling in the Senate. It'd be hysterical if fucking Bernie Sanders just shoots everyone. Who was that one senator that like tried to start a fight with the other guy? There was like somebody giving testimony to the Senate. And he tried to like get him to go outside and fight with him. Bernie's anti-gun. He'd have to wield a sword. That's not American. We're growing deficits faster than the GDP. Mr. Powell, do you think this is sustainable? And further, what are your thoughts on this picture of Hunter Biden's smooth rocket hog, MTG? I mean, if you wanna shame and discredit your opposition, don't pick the dude with a massive hog. Right? Senator Mullen from Oklahoma. Oh, okay. Wait, that's the one who tried to start a fight? His legal first name is Mark Wayne. Are you fucking serious? That can't be real. I'm looking this up. Holy shit. You're not wrong. Huh. Bear song below 65? Nah. I can't believe I bought a call right at that rejection. I'm gonna rename my son Banana Hammock Shamrock so he can become a senator one day. Just gotta bring it up in context with Drake's hog and be like, look at this man. Can you believe his dad? Maybe that's why Biden walks so slow. Anybody think about that? Now you are. It's all I think about. Old man tripod hobbling around. It's like a Newton's cradle. uh, that was pretty good. How are the puts looking? The same? But we've fallen below the put wall, which is extra bearish. Yeah, we can test 60. I know this has been asked, but I've been in meetings. How are things looking? Kind of bearish. Just like a little bit, though. I sold my puts this morning. I have a big sad next to me now. Wait, you mean this morning when they were up? Getting a lot closer to gamma neutral. Yes, we are. But yet, still so far away. Gotta be more crowded now. Not really. As we fall below 70, we might get more out of the money puts, but none have really been added for a few hours. My 322, 4850, 4900 put debit spread is up 12% finally after 2 weeks. Would I be wise to sell today? It's my only longish put. I bought it for March OPEX slash FOMC. Take profits and reposition? Probably, because that's a terrible contract. Ridiculous V time? It's too soon. Was an end of day bounce less likely from down here? No, I don't. I mean, we're still above gamma neutral. All we would need is like a pump above the pile of puts between like 75 and 80, 85, and then they would squeeze off, right? Also, don't forget the MM's still buying the downside, which sucks, but yeah, it sure is. But it's mine. Fair enough. Do they make male jeggings? I would look good in a pair of those. They're called skinny jeans. Not the same. Any jeggings or male jeggings if you're not a wuss. You gotta show off the cake that your mama baked. Yeah. That's mine. I just made it up. We don't have jeggings. We have jorts, which are infinitely better. Sure. I'm still in that line. I know, that's why I claimed to just cite me when you use it. Daisy Dukes, but spandex. Alright. Because it's not skinny jeans. Skinny jeans are jeans that are skinny. Jeggings are leggings that are painted to look like jeans. It's totally different. How much will you pay, Nostradamus? Is pizza even Italian? Probably not. It's just bread with shit on it. I'm sure we've done that forever. I've never allowed my option to cash settle before. Are you fucking serious? Like, I've call or put cash settled, but what about sold options? Is there a margin call risk? No. Not if they're out of the money. It's just the difference between spot and strike. You'll miss having pockets if you go with jeggings. I'll get a messenger bag. Actually, I can't see myself wearing jeggings without a messenger bag, so there would be a messenger bag. The difference multiplied by 100, that's how options work. So if the market closes at 5,000 and you have a 505 put, and cash settles for $5. If you sold that 505 put, then you lose $5 times 100. Are you moving to Brooklyn or something? Why the desire to be a hipster? I don't want to be a hipster. I just want to wear jeggings. Like I said before, I think they'd look great on me. What do you think of a 5100C 5000P strangle for March 28th? One side of that might print. Where are your cutoffs? Where are you going to close the call slash put? Jeggings only look good on skinny guys. No, they don't. They got nothing to pack into them. You have enough money to wear whatever the fuck you want. I know. That's why I want to wear jeggings. Just give me the cash without the need to have them open a short. Yeah, it just settles to cash. There's no shares. Do the jeggings need to be high waisted and squat proof, or do you really want to show off that cake? I was thinking as thin as possible, narrow waistband. Yeah, IWM does appear to have perished slightly, but still above 200. QQQ is below GN. Oh shit. We've got a bounce here, right? If we go lower, we're gonna go to like 50.25. Or wait, the collar. We're not below gamma neutral yet. We're very close though. Actually, we kind of might be right at gamma neutral at this point, but because it's probably moved up a bit today. QQQ, yeah, QQQ is below GN. We're not in a negative gamma environment. That is incorrect. Not yet. Close, but not yet. Time to get some cheaper beyond calls. Ooh. Did that drop into the back half of the day like I suspected it would? Yes. Awesome. Still time for me to be greedy. Time to get some cheaper beyond calls. JFresh drives a focus. Okay, I'm gonna ban you. Answer AJ's question. Bear song, please. We bounced. If I'd played the bear song, we'd already be back at 5100. Going synth long beyond could be risky because there's no way to tell in real time how many failures have been cleared, right? And if it were to fall off reg show, it would just tank. Bear song kill bull. I don't want to play any. I'm gonna like find the file and open the songs. That's too much. Oh, fine, Dork. Jesus, just a child about it. Where did they go?
You wanna ride it up the moon, you won't sell the top and move. You don't, your stock is going down, not up. Your base is upside down. You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's Tuesday.
I think Bank can get 265 pips right now. They're strong and resilient. That's what the White House said.
Big bear and now your board is down, 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 down.
Interesting. You're welcome, Dork. You guys know that Airship AI holdings went up 218% today? What do they do? I don't know. You aware that BTC is literally dying today? Of course it is. It tested its all-time high. Maybe I'll finally get enough liquidity to sell all my fucking nano contracts. Are you planning to enter multiple strikes and beyond for 30 DTE? Like 15s down to 10s? Would it be wise to enter the higher strikes like GME in its glory days? Yeah, I'm gonna get some like 10s and some like 12s, maybe. MSTR add the money next weeklies or 14 grand, ridiculous. There's a Bitcoin bear ETF. All right, Dork. In honor of the bear song, I've purchased a bunch of 5075 calls. Did he? Yeah, that sounds right. We're not bouncing. Maybe not. But that's what the stop loss is for. We drilling for oil, or we're not, right? You're kind of a degen. Yeah. Yeah. They're really liquid. Dork, please confirm the position for the risk handbook. It's got a pretty tight stop. It's a green candle, Dork. What's up, man? What color is the most recent candle? It's red, but it's smaller than the green candle next to it. So, like, if these were docking, the green candle would win. Sweet, sweet dork. Forgetting all about futures. Pretending like they don't exist. Bulls are never out of money. Pretending puts don't exist. But if I bought a put here, I couldn't make money. That's why I bought the calls. When docking DD, me and Dirk have been doing extensive research. Oh man, Dork, this is getting kind of awkward, man. It's only like $12,000. You cheated? Why? Because I played the. You guys wanted me to play the bear song. If 570 is the top, eat shit. I'll make like 200% if it hits 570. Or 5070. They're trying to tickle my stop, Dork. I mean, they're trying to hold the market together with electrical tape and dried gum. Same like. This is getting spicy. There's not a lot of theta. Are there any adults in this chat? No, this is the stock market. you kidding me? My 10-cent 50.25 is now worthless. It was honestly worthless when you bought it. Dork.
Double bottom.
Remember when you told me to not freak out at every candle? I remember. I don't get your point. Still holding 3-8 beyond calls. If anyone wants them, I'll give you a good price. Why didn't you sell them when they were worth money? You should sell some bull put spreads to up the ante, you insane fuck. There's nothing insane about it. The market bounces, I make 600%, right? Or alternatively, it goes down, I lose like 2,000 bucks. Some 20 bip, 1 HTE options. Totally managed risk, bro. Dude, VIX is at 1469, man. That's one of the most bullish numbers. Also, it's the SPX. 20 bips is nothing. $60 to expiry is way too much theta, man. I know. I don't understand how I can make the worst decisions I could make the day before every time and cut puts before something like this happens that would have printed so hard. Nervous Nelly. This is the best training. Have you ever heard of the game Five Finger Fillet? Except instead of your hand, you use your penis. Or if you don't have one of those, use your hand. Whoa! And then the market will never scare you again. All the hearts. Check out the volume on SPY and tell me it's bullish. Looks pretty hot. See all these big spikes of red? That's the bullish stuff. We just need someone to come in real quick and buy 350 million call delta. Ooh, I'm very close to getting stopped out here. Oh, I'm gonna move my stop down. $3,000 risk, dork. You have to believe in the 3 Sigma move. It's a test of faith. Uh-oh. Check TM. I don't even know what that is. Oh, okay. I do know what that is. But that's just like on the cusp. VIX is in fact just going up. Fucking dork trying to ruin my drama. I thought Beyond. I bought Beyond. I'm the ramp now. Nice. VIX is actually at 1489. Interesting. God damn it. Someone dumped the 5085 calls. Maybe they'll take that money and use them to buy 5060 calls. Like Chad's. BNED might go to $1. Wait, really? I didn't even look at that. Oh shit. I mean, no, probably not, but like 4 cents, you know. Did you see me sell calls the day before yesterday? It was right around that time where you said, look, you can see where Gherk sold his calls. Couldn't risk it breaking above $1, right? But I can close them all going into earnings. We should technically bounce here. We're at GN. We're not. We might. Well, okay. Very close. We're probably like right at GN on the weekly, because I'm sure it's moved up a little bit today. I just step away. Is this bullish? Probably not, but I bought a bunch of out of the money calls. Close counts and horseshoes, hand grenades, and 0 DTEs. Is this the market crash we've been waiting for? Last I checked, this is an OPEX, so. Is the gamma flip point the same as GN? No. The gamma flip point's just the median of gamma within 32 days to expiration. Sometimes it's close to GN. Right now it's kind of close to GN. This is it, Dork. I fucking hope I'm early on those calls. I already moved my stop twice. The moment those stops get hit before you can move them down yet again, I could just get rid of the stops. Oof. Very charged. Put's gonna take profit before end of day. Bears always do. Bears do things. Sometimes. Hmm. What? Weebull's giving cash back on margin accounts? So if you launder all your money through Weebull, you get 3% cash back? $5 cash back. Oh, 3% on ACAT transfers, 2% on deposits. Interesting. I'm gonna transfer all my fucking PBR to Weebull and then transfer it back out. How long do I have to hold it in there for? What a stupid idea. Gotta read the fine print. Jesus Christ, I have to hold it in here until fucking August 31st of 2025? Fuck that. VIX 15. Yep. No one is selling their puts. Well, I'm not selling my calls, so something's gotta give. God damn it, Gherk, stop selling BNED calls. I have no idea what you're talking about. Remember those far out of the money puts you bought last year for 35 cents? They went to $10. That was a fun day. I do remember that. Oh, my food is here. I'll be right back. Sells 350 BNED 1Cs. That's silly, man. I don't know. Why would I do that? Why would I want the price of BNED to stay under $1 into earnings? How could little old me influence that? It's not even possible. Their daily volume is like 6x your holdings. I was thinking about June 5000p earlier today, and probably should have. I wasn't sure what I wanted to hedge it with though. April 5200C or something like that. Huh. That's a why not just like open the debit spread and then close the short leg if you get confirmation to the downside. Tell that to the SEC. I don't think I need to. It's fucking my entire ownership in BNED is significantly less than the free float. They have 36.8 million shares. So I own 0.002% of the float. We haven't gotten stopped out yet? No. I I think it's I should have. I think just Fidelity sucks. Why would I be selling CCs into earnings? Like, Dork's really mad about it, but it's not me. I'm not the one shorting vol. Let's think about last October when we bounced and how you're saying out of the money calls were a nice hedge there. But then again, that was at a low point and this is still really high. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some value in out of the money calls here. Why the fuck are these not stopping out? Okay. That seems right. Oh, it's gonna be fine. Eventually. Lol, one of us. I have a shitload of puts. Honestly, the calls are just so I can carry my puts overnight. But it's fun to joke about. That's why I said Dork was trying to ruin my drama. My BNED synth longs are almost happy. You're at 1-1, right? Is that leveraged or no? Okay. 2-1? 3-1? I know the 1-1 puts were selling for a ridiculous amount at one point. 2-1. Is VIX the next NVIDIA? I also have some $4 long dated calls to that sweet Vega multiplier. Have they opened up fucking leaps on it yet? Oh, still a shitty October call. The Vega on that is 0.002. I'm in July, so even less. Ugh. It's actually kind of crazy that ES or SPX haven't dropped even more here. It's a Vana play, asshole. It better be. If there were any liquidity at all in the July 1P and October 1C, Synthlong would be kind of interesting. I think the October $1 call wasn't too bad. Yeah, the put's terrible though. Yeah, the call's not too bad, but the put's really awful. Although I think you can 1-for-1 the April put and the October call. Not quite. Almost. 30. Yeah, no, you could.
Dork. Green candles.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Fidelity is the best confirmed. I'm pretty sure I just input the trail stop incorrectly, but yeah, super awesome. I'm not up yet. I'm still I'm still down. This will need to go up substantially more for me to make money. Like I think let's see, 335. We'd probably need to go above 50-70 for me to break even here. Just break even. What are we doing if we touch 150 end of week? On what, BNAD? I don't know. What are you doing? Do you have a plan? The stop limit option where you don't get to set the limit, that's the one. And ATP, if you don't set the trail stop to bid, it always gets gapped. Interesting. In my experience using the trail stop on ATP, you'll gap it and then your position will turn around and start to look good and they'll be like, oh, we sold those half an hour ago. Apparently they made a bank ETF and literally named it GSIB. LOL. It's a pretty good name. Lets you know what you're dealing with, right? I have one. Sell my $1 calls, then far dated cover calls at $3 in October at the top for max profits. I don't know if that's maximum profits, but it might be okay. I will tell you that the October $3 call didn't move much the last time it went to $2. Where does the MM want this to close? 87, 84. 84? Hold on. Yeah, like 82.50. If I buy Pontiff, can you and I go out for a nice prime rib dinner? Only if you feed it to me like a baby bird. Is Beyond sub $8 possible? I really hope so. I mean, that's kind of exactly where I wanted to buy. Pre-chewed, yeah. That way it has some flavor. Don't brush your teeth that morning. Not much difference in the regurgitated flavor of prime rib in its normal state. That's why I said don't brush your teeth that morning. Get a little seasoning in there, you know? Are bananas recession proof? How are they still relatively cheap to other fruit or veggies? I don't know. I'm going to Persia soon for business. You mean Iran? Or just within the boundaries of the former Persian Empire? What's the risk beyond falls off reg show and tanks? Is it likely? I think if we don't see it in the next couple of days, then it's less likely. Who brushes in the AM? Everyone? I'm a PM brush kind of guy. Dude. You gotta brush your teeth at least 3 times a day. More Eastern Turkey. Okay. I brush my teeth whenever I say a curse word. 3 times is not too much. You should just brush your teeth after you eat. I brush my teeth while I eat. Interesting. You could just take your meal, put it in a blender, use the meal as toothpaste. I'm still here, Dork. I'm aware. Oh, Gherky poo. I know. It's very tenuous. But it's just a little rejection. I can deal with that. I'm a grown man. After living with grandma, I've learned she likes to brush her teeth after dinner, but before dessert. I know you're not supposed to brush your teeth right after eating sugar because it like softens your enamel. Why would I swish with coconut oil? Ew. I have a water pick. It's fucking awesome. That's acid, not sugar. The bacteria in your mouth turns sugar into acid, AJ. You autistic son of a bitch. My girlfriend talked about the coconut oil swishing yesterday night. No lie. Tell her you'll start eating pineapple and you'll help her make a pina colada. Yeah, your mouth isn't room temperature, Alchemist. He's trying to get you killed. Is that what happened to Rims and Tim's girl? Shh. We don't talk about that. This is why I can't keep a girlfriend. That and my emotional unavailability. Oh, fucking god damn it. It's okay, Dork. I'll let you know when they're green. I just love the stocks. You'll be the most insufferable fucking douche in the whole of New York City. I'm already pretty close. It's gonna be great, Dork. One day we'll run a fund together. We'll go to bed, and the next morning you'll wake up and you'll have found out that I full ported ES futures overnight and made a big pile of money. And then boom, fund doubled. Then we can go on vacation. It supposedly pulls impurities from the mouth into the oil. Should use like just mothballs then, right? Maybe some sort of desiccant. I wake up in the morning, you full ported futures and lost everything. I've never lost everything. Gherk, let me be your wholesaler. This portfolio is proof of that. 90% drawdown, sure. 100%, never. I've bitten into a mothball because they drive away the snakes. Can someone do a wellness check on Squamsk? How many people would invest in the fund just for the 3 a.m. text? We 10x'd the fund, going to Italy. Talk later. Okay, Dork, they're green now. And it's gone. Hold on, it'll come back. Why did it dump so hard? Because we slipped the put wall at 75. And red is illegal. Yeah, that's correct. Today will close red. I mean, don't get me wrong. We'll see. There's only 12 minutes left.
Uh, Still green, kind of flat. Still need like $3 more of upside to really make it worthwhile. I'll probably hit my trail stop here though. I think I fixed it. There's really no glory in a close under 50.75 though, right? It's got to be 50.75 or greater. About 30 contracts of the 50.75 C at 30 cents. Sold at $1.50. Nice. This is it. Bring it on. Bring it on, bulls. Okay, we're green. We're green, and I'm pretty sure we stop out green too. Or we just stop out right there. All right. I won't make you call me Stonk Daddy, because that's not 75. I'll call you Stunk Poppy. Any good deals on this drop the last few days? I mean, yesterday and today. Yesterday, 10 minutes into close. There goes 50.75. Yep. That's the good stuff. The entire pickle jar has 50.75 C's right now. BNED Chongus into close. Maybe tomorrow night. Somebody would have to close all of their sold calls in order for that to happen. How much did you make on that? Fucking 20 cents a contract? Minus fees. So like 15 cents a contract? I probably should have averaged them down when I didn't get stopped out, but I didn't. It was just 100 contracts. What? No, I didn't sell any BNED $1 calls. I'm just fucking with Dork. I wasn't listening to you. Too busy figuring out where you live. Why are we going up? Because we went down too far.
And as we know, this would be a criminal act. Treason against the American economy. Thanks, STD slot machine. I'm only upset I could have bought these 10 calls cheaper. How dare you lead me these 10x calls cheaper? Was that not enough down to keep pushing the next week or two? See what happens tomorrow. Jesus Christ, it's at $4 now. Yeah, no fucking stop loss. This is why the best investors just apparently don't manage risk. I got to fire a client today, so that was neat. Ooh, fun. Were they an annoying one? How long will you wait for your beyond target entry before buying? At most a couple more days. I got stopped out at break even. I would have like 15x'd by now. Yep. I hope some people did though. It was the right play. Despite Dork's protests. What was the play? Oh, I bought like 151.75s when we were bottoming. Mostly just because I needed a hedge in case we ramped up really fast and my debit spreads weren't going to close in the money, but I'm okay. I don't think I need to worry about 50.90. I hope. Yeah, there's only 2 minutes left, right? We're not going to go up $10 in 2 minutes. Stonks Zaddy? I didn't make that much money off of him. I could have if I hadn't gotten stopped out, but I got stopped out as we were moving up. Big old fucking futures buy-in though. We could come back down tomorrow. I mean, we're lower than 5100, which is actually a big deal. So, regaining 75 offers up some stability to the neutral positioning going into tomorrow, but we don't know what the fuck JPOW is going to say, right? And there's several things he could say which the market may not like. We might push up to like 5100, but if we did, it'd probably be overnight. Does tomorrow have data worth straddling? It's not the data so much that's, I mean, yes, but it's not going to be the data that's important, I don't think. I don't think jolts will have a big effect. Non-farm payrolls might, but Powell's testimony is just going to cause everyone to pile in to like neutral positions of the money, which means that the market's probably not going to fucking go anywhere. Such as, but not limited to, I do not find Hunter Biden's rocking schlong to be very attractive, Marjorie. I was too nervous to pull the trigger at the bottom. Sigh. That's what stops are for. Right? So, I mean, the thought process as a trader on that, right? Like, even after this, right? Is that actually more so on this when you have like a breakout trend, should be like I'll set a stop at like 50.55, right? But the upside target's like 70, 75. These are cheap as fuck at that point, right? So I mean, it's just risk reward, right? If you have like a 15-cent stop on a 30-cent contract, the most you're going to lose is $15 a contract. But, those contracts close the day $5 in the money. So cash settlement on them is $5. So this should, I don't know. I feel like that shouldn't be creating a lot of fear for you. Ding ding. All right, so back up to the 75 level and to close. That's kind of an expected move, right? You're gonna try to move to the nearest level with supportive positioning, and I did mention that I expected us to run into the end of the day several times, and so that's the run we've got. As far as futures, pretty strong bounce off resistance, but still below the long-term trend. This might like reject here or just kind of climb up this until market open. So the overnight session will probably be pretty stagnant. I don't think there's a lot of like important international data tonight. What do we have? Continuation of the National People's Congress. I guess we have German balance of trade. We have some EU retail sales. So a few things might fuck with the dollar and yields overnight, but probably nothing super impactful. I would say retail sales is probably the biggest overnight data, or like Great Britain PMIs. But it's for construction, so I doubt it matters. Then in the morning, we're gonna have ADP and Jolts. Jolts is coming in at 10 a.m. right around the time Powell starts his testimony. So I think the impact from Jolts, unless it's super hot, should be pretty muted. And I think we have wholesale inventories at that time too. And then everything it'll just be Powell's testimony. That's all that'll matter for the rest of the day. RSP today losing about 46 points. QQQ still ended the day down around 180 BPS. This puts SPY, pretty clean bounce right off of gamma neutral. And then, just stable though, not like a huge reversal. And I think that's important. Like we didn't reverse back to like 5100 or anything. So just a small reversal there. I think we're still in pretty bearish territory. There's not a lot of call support down here. Most of the calls are kind of left behind above the 5100 level. So we might see some push in the morning to try to get those back nearer the money. But we may not. Dollar down, yields down. Core 1 and 3 month turning up again today with the rise in volatility. We've got forward return on or the forward yield on VIX is at -1% now, so that's getting a lot closer, even with the turnaround in yields, which is kind of surprising. Skew went down yesterday, so a little bit more tail risk interest, and our correlation on VIX is actually down a little bit from yesterday, 39.29 versus yesterday's 38. So still a lot of vol shorting, probably a lot of it right there at the end of the day too, just to keep VIX off 15 into close. I think that's about it. So yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. Later.